Alrighty. Let's try this, see if it updates. Yeah. Oh, come on. Okay, cool. Hell yeah. Just getting everything together. What? Okay. Alrighty. There we go. All right. All right. All right. So, if give me a second. Sorry. Okay. So, if you have watched my other two streams, you would know that this is supposed to be episode 3, but in my grave attempt to try and fix the loading screen problem that I had, I went and screwed up my saves. So, we're back at the beginning. And I am gonna change it up a little bit compared to how I was doing it before. So, without further ado, let's get started.
War. War never changes. Since the dawn of man, when tribes beat each other to death over necessities, the will to power has been the driving force of mankind.
Thank you for that like.
When the great fires
I appreciate you.
of humanity's ambition ravaged the earth, it was not our doing. For the bloodiest chapter of
It's a little late,
history
but
had only begun. Britain was not
I got some
spared
caffeine.
fire.
Feel free to drop a chat
Mankind's ambition
if you have any questions or just want to chat.
to the state of nature. Those who emerged from the ashes did so from a network of underground bunkers known as Pindar stations. And so it was that the embers of civilization would ignite once again. Over the centuries, an aristocratic parliament continues to give orders. But few are still
We may or may not be 100% going with the monarchy.
training drums
Or the
beat,
gentry.
uniforms march, all in the name of their dear leader, Eve Varney. Across the Thames, in the pastures of Richmond, a great army gathers strength. Styled on the Camelot Knights of days past, they're headed once more unto the breach. For there are whispers of angels beneath this hallowed land, a curtain of illusion and intrigue, a puppeteer behind the scene. Only one thing is certain. Those who take the road to Westminster will be forever changed.
Sounds like I'm going to
Because in
Westminster.
mankind's pursuit of power, there is no price too high, no life too valuable, and no ideal too sacred. Because war never changes.
He said it. He said it.
Mind the gap.
Mind the gap.
Mind the gap. Stand clear of the doors, please.
And then I know one of these two guys was like one of the older doctors. I think he's like the third or the fourth doctor or something.
Subject has been performing
Which is-
adequately.
Wild.
No spikes and visuals. Nothing unusual.
Perfectly usual.
Quiet. Smythe will be pleased.
Smythe.
How are they in appearance?
Uncertain. Perhaps we should take a closer examination.
You know what? I went through this whole process with the last playthrough, or the last file, I guess. Let's see. We're just gonna... We're just gonna... Let's see. I got a fairly bushy... No. There we go. Let's see. My eyes are not that cool, but I like it. Cool.
Excellent. A rapid progress is being made. And with zero anomaly.
Of course. Now, what about their physical and mental development?
All right. 21. All right. I think we're gonna go this. Yeah. And then last time what's gifted? Minus 15% from experience. I think I am gonna go gifted. Excuse me. All right. And then I don't think I'm going to do anything else. Because they all are like really... No. Ooh, the Sleepwalker. I did like this one. So I am going to do that.
Gentlemen, I trust everything is going well.
Ooh. I'm going to switch something up with my layout. All right. There we go. we go. Okay. Okay.
Tremendously so. In fact, it may be our best work yet.
Good. The subject looks ready for continuing. Within a week or so, we can wrap up phase 1.
Thank you, sir. I'll set phase 1 on autopilot.
See that it's done.
Seems to be rousing a bit.
Not to worry. Let's put them back under.
All right. So we got the Gaunts, or not the Gaunts, the Vagabonds. The Vagabonds. And once we get out of here and we talk to Sebastian Gaunt, I think we are going to end up working with him. There we go. And I am a looter. So that is what we are going to be doing. Look at all these goodies. Okay, get all this. All this. And yep, there's some dead bodies and a coffee cup. Let's see. Anything else? Yep, I knew there was another body. I had a feeling there was more than just two. More than just one. And okay. Cool. Alright, let's go in here. And then is this? This is not where I get the Pip-Boy. So I will just be looting. Alrighty. Heck yeah. I don't think I got all this last time, so perfect. Yes. Got some tea and some other tea goodies, which I think is very appropriate for Fallout London. Oh. Nice. I didn't know about that that terminal. I'll maybe when this starts to take off, we can maybe donate. Because, like, I'm a broke college student. I can't afford that. And then this is... And then this is where I get the... It's through there, I think. But it's a double-edged sword. Because I know that I have to reset the door, but then that releases these shrew. So, oh, missed one. Whoa. I got all this. And yeah, I know. I know about the Pip-Boy over there. But okay, I think that, oh, nope. Get my tablet. I think I played Fallout. I think I played with a Fallout New Vegas mod that was a lot like that. I think that's where they got the inspiration. All right, how much? 270. Oh, right. I definitely forgot about this. Okay, let's see. And then I gotta grab that torch from that guy, but I gotta do this first. All right. Now, grab this torch. Yep. Nice. One more per body to loot. Okay, there's that. Perfect. I didn't realize there was a stim pack in there. Ooh. Alrighty, and then no lab in this day and age is using that kind of scale. It's all electric, definitely. Okay. Okay, yeah, I gotta go through the little... Yep, and then... Where are you going?
Where are you going?
Yep.
I doubt you'll make it far, someone such as yourself. You were more useful as a...
You might as well have just called me French.
But
He had
alas,
such contempt in his
I'm
voice.
not long for this world. It's a shame, really. There was so much I wanted to do.
All right.
Off you go, then.
Sorry about that.
Be seeing you.
I mean, all right. And then is there anything? Yes. Ooh, bobby pin box. And then I'm going up to the, like the big main room. And then I'll be able to get through, get outside to the train station or the platform. Alrighty. Alrighty. And then I love that sound effect that they use. It's a very good one.
Ah, quite the wayfarer, aren't you? Escaping all that hubbub.
All that hubbub. Hubbub. That's what you call being a prisoner in a tube. Being a fucking science experiment. Hubbub. How very English. I love it.
Life. And you? Well, it doesn't matter who you are.
Well, Mr. Boulder Hat,
Now, I'm sure you have many.
that's gonna be. I'm gonna change your opinion.
I'll answer them. But for now, wayfarer,
Ooh,
let's not stand on
the Braves are beating the Dodgers. Fuck you, Dodgers. I know you're a better team. You were a better team without Shohei. But
stay safe
I'll take the lead.
and remember, mind the gap.
Alrighty. Find a way out, but what does find a way out to me mean? Loot. Let's loot. And then this doesn't, yeah. And then, okay, I didn't think there was anything, but I didn't know without a doubt. So now I do. Man, there's not a whole lot here. And military ammo bag. Okay. Hope there's more than that. Odd. Okay. A Braxo, but not a Braxo. Ah. I'll take this. And we're pretty much gonna be trying to get a settlement as quickly as we can get it. I think the London Bridge is the settlement that I'm looking for. I think that's what I'm looking for, the London Bridge settlement. Alrighty. Speaking of London Bridge, right. Yep. Something that everybody watching this will learn about me. I don't really care if I'm over encumbered or not. It really doesn't bother me. One of the first perks I'm gonna get is long haul, that allows me to have as much as I want weight wise, but still able to fast travel. Cool. There we go. Heck yeah. They brought Jimmy hats back from Fallout 2. Wow. Okay. Take that. Ooh. There we go. Pink wafers, I love those cookies. Jerry Bakewell's. I've had those before. They're so good. They're so good. And then let's go over here. Yep. Nice. Then I saw a safe. Really? Okay. There we go. Crusade free. Heck yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah, no, I want bring them all on. Oh, that's a rubbish bin. I thought that was a suitcase. Suitcases are usually good. See? Just like I said, suitcases are great. I love this. This is so fun. Just looting everything. Picking up everything that's not nailed down. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. All right. And then now. Alrighty. London. Perfect. An hour. Nice. But I got everything that wasn't nailed down. This is my favorite thing. The fact that they actually coded this in. Good on you, Fallout London.
You can expect delays and revisions. The timetables of this train service due to leaves on the track.
Crash. Okay. I was waiting for that. I'm not surprised. All right, let's try that again. All right. There we go.
Mind the gap. Doors closing.
Three, two, one. Nice.
This train service terminates at Bromley. Delays and revisions. The timetables of this train service due to leaves on the track.
Dang it. Okay. I'm going to try it one more time. And if this doesn't work, I think I know what's up, but it's also... Huh. Actually, that doesn't make sense. Because it worked before. We are live, Johan. How's it going, buddy? I'm just dealing with some crashes right now, but yes, we are live. I had to restart due to a corrupted save, unfortunately. So we are starting back over. I'm having a little bit of issue getting past the initial cutscene part, like the tutorial. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. My day's been pretty good, man. My day's been pretty good. What about yourself? What about yourself? How was your day? I guess yesterday after the stream. You do anything interesting after I finished live streaming? Alrighty. Made a nice chicken curry. Heck yeah. That sounds wonderful. That sounds like a wonderful way to either start or end your day. Any time of day, honestly. Chicken curry, that sounds killer. And I like how in the beginning of the game, just like all the other Fallouts, just to give you a little bit of like information about the world and everything. Alrighty. And I'm glad that I made it out. Because I was really confused why I was crashing, but we have made it. No problems. And then we gotta go help those guys out down at the end. I'm pretty sure there isn't anything to loot. Yeah. Maybe in the post box? Nope. We're in London, aren't we? Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, we are. Is that a reference to something? If it is, I do not get it. And I would love for you to let me know. It's a meme that was an old clip of an English manager saying that to the ref. That sounds right. That sounds right. It's like, well, we're in London, aren't we? Like, come on. Why shouldn't I be allowed to just stab somebody in the throat? We're in London.
Bloody hell, what was that?
Sounded painful if you ask me.
Better not be those dogs up to some...
And I'm like 99% sure that this gang is based on the Peaky Blinders.
You're right. This one just came off the train, boss.
Quiet, the both of you. Well, well, well. If it isn't the lab rat. You made it out. You're in the right state, ain't you? Never had a crash round here before. Course. Winston.
Here, enjoy.
Heck yeah.
Name's Gaunt. Sebastian Gaunt.
I changed up the build a little bit from yesterday.
You can ignore
I don't have super low perception, and I'm not as squishy.
Toughest, sharpest gang round these parts.
Right, I know that the the Peaky Blinders were based in Birmingham, but I think this gang is like based, if not loosely based, just on like I guess the street gangs. Maybe not the Peaky Blinders exactly, but like they have the pleated hats, so and they're kind of gangsters.
Problem, or are you just enjoying the silence? Only the gentry use those trains. Looks like you're the wayfarer now, like the rest of us.
Exactly. Yeah, cause they, they're just kind of a gang. One of them sounds like sounds sort of like Arthur Shelby. I'm really bad at accents, so I'm not gonna try. But I definitely hear the similarities.
You could head down that way to the Thames Foe. Ain't exactly pleasant to look at, but appearances can be deceiving. They may even know a thing or two about that lab, seeing as they sold us the location. Otherwise, you can stick it out with me and my mates. We help you out.
We're gonna help out the vagabonds.
Ace, we could use an extra pair.
Or the Peaky Blinders, I guess.
For the road. Its best days are behind it.
Yeah. Oh heck yeah, and I gotta level up. Locksmith. Oh no, lead belly. Definitely. A lot of English are more their flat caps though due to the weather. It does always rain there. You are definitely right. I guess the Peaky Blinders just made it more known outside of the Commonwealth, or the former Commonwealth. I guess when you're talking about India. Well, I think my looting may have backfired on me just a little bit because I'm too far away to hear the subtitles. Whoops. I looted pretty much everything that was in the tutorial area. I just grabbed everything. I'm like 70 pounds over encumbered. Arguably everything in my inventory is unnecessary, but this is kind of the playstyle that I like. I love looting everything because you never know what you're gonna need, and I know there are settlements. I just don't know where the first one is. So the beginning of the game's gonna be a little bit rough like this, but I think we're gonna be okay. In Fallout, I definitely am. Because, especially in Fallout 4, because of the crafting system. You never know when you're going to need some random aluminum, or adhesive is always so needed. And doing all that looting is really nice because I got I'm not sure if you remember yesterday how, like, I couldn't find stim packs. I already have 3 stim packs. And I'm pretty sure I got a good bit of food, too. But yeah, I'm gonna try and see if I can store things, in, like, these guys' hideout, maybe. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, I'm trying to not have 28 deaths before I hit level 8 again. So, I'd much rather be a little overweight. And, once I get some more perks like strong back, and stuff like that, and I have a little bit more carry weight to play with, then we'll be okay. And as soon as I have a place I can store my stuff, we're golden. So, and hey, the benefit is I can keep picking stuff up if I find anything. Alrighty. So once we get to the Swan and Mirror, or whatever it's called, the bar that they run, I think I'm gonna get into a fight. But when I showed up last time, I walked in and they had already killed everybody. True, but I think I'm gonna be okay.
Ricky, what the fuck?
It's funny that you say that though, because I'm pretty sure combat is going to be initiated very soon.
2 or 3 IODs.
Fucking dogs. Fuck them all.
And what the fuck were they doing here?
They were. I feel faint.
Christ, you're pathetic. Wayfarer, get a first aid kit from Greenwich Station.
If you hang around, wouldn't hurt none. We need the numbers.
I guess we're going to Greenwich Station. You know what that means? That means more loot. I was wondering what this building was, and I guess it makes sense that that it would be a train station. Or a tube station, I guess I should say. But alrighty. Oh, I wouldn't have even been able to get in earlier if I tried. So, I guess I'm glad that I helped these guys out. Oh, wow. I know this first aid kit's over there. Whoa. Damn it. But now I know there's a ghoul. And first death. See? There we go. Much better. But hey, see? Oh, damn it. I hate when that happens. Combat was initiated, and we were okay. After I found out that there was already a ghoul there. But when tickets are the main, there's always bloody... Yes, you're so right. The merchants, yeah, they've just been hanging in their booths. You're right. There is always ghouls. Alrighty. Alrighty. Wait, is there something? No. Is there anything over here? Maybe. Nope. Nope. That's annoying. That is annoying. But I'm pretty sure I can. Yeah. There we go. You think Canada's gonna be the 51st state like in the Fallout universe? I don't. Now if things start to become a little bit more like the Fallout universe, like, you know, if we start mobilizing, or if resources start to become like really, really scarce, then maybe. But like, despite how the US doesn't like using it, we have a lot of oil. We don't use it personally because we can buy it cheaper from other sources, but we have plenty of it. So no, I don't think so. I mean, Puerto Rico has been talking about becoming the 51st state since Hawaii became the 50th state. So if any state is going to become the 51st state, I think it'd be Puerto Rico more than Canada.
Gone.
No, we don't. No. Well, we do. There's lots of oil, like there's lots of oil refinery. But no, we can buy it from Saudi Arabia cheaper than we can use our own. Like, that's how cheap it is in comparison. But we still drill a bunch of our own oil. We just sell it. So, I have a good friend of mine that works in the oil and gas industry, and she was letting me know kind of the ins and outs of what the hell happens in that crazy world. Oh, wow. I am not close. Yeah, exactly. And like, there's a bunch of environmental laws about drilling in Alaska, and it's like super illegal right now. And even like Donald Trump talked about at the beginning of his presidency that he wanted to drill more. His words were literally drill, baby, drill. But if you listen to anybody that actually like works in oil and gas, that's crazy. Because if the US drills more, then the supply is going to go up. So the price, exactly, drill baby drill. But if we drill more, then we'll get more oil. And if we get more oil, the price of oil goes down. And people that run oil companies don't want the price of oil to go down. Also, there are, so I'm not sure if you know this because I just learned this recently. There are 3 kinds of oil in the world. I'm not talking about like sweet and crude. I'm talking about like brands, essentially. There's United States oil. There's European oil, mostly drilled from the Balkans and Scandinavia. And then there's essentially Middle Eastern or like Saudi Arabia's oil. And the Prince of Saudi Arabia is in charge of the oil supply in Saudi Arabia. And he doesn't have to listen to people like Congress to flood the market with oil. So if the price of oil goes down too far, he's just going to flood the market and bury the oil price and make it so the US has to stop drilling as much. Because if they continue to drill, they just lose. I'm kind of a business guy. Yes. Yes. I think that's the Balkan, I think, maybe. But yeah, no, Russia's got a crazy amount of oil. But, you know, who knows with what's going on with Russia right now, like with the US, who knows? You know, we might start buying Russian oil. Who knows? If Putin sells it cheap enough, we might. I mean, I was watching the news earlier while I was eating dinner, and the big tariffs went into effect today, and they're crazy. They're crazy. There's a whole like chart of where of like what company or what countries are charged what. I haven't looked at it super closely yet, but I have a feeling it's gonna be quite intense. Hey, you know, if history has shown us anything, it's if countries find out they have oil, the Western world, you know, like Western Europe and the United States, is going to really want that oil. And they're not really picky about what they have to do to get it. So, I mean, hey, that black gold. I have a professor that worked in oil in Nigeria, damn it. But I'm glad I died, honestly, because I think I'm going the wrong way. But no, Death 2. Yup, Death 2. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, so let's go like over here. I have a professor. I'm a business major, but he worked in oil in Nigeria for a long time, and he's always talking about how OPEC. I forgot what OPEC stands for. but it's like the oil international governing body. And I just started class last semester, so I'm a freshman still, but I'm almost 30, and everybody else in my class is like barely 18, and they couldn't give a fuck about anything he's saying. So him and I just talk about like international business, and I keep him abreast on like all the crazy crap that Trump is doing, and Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Thank you. Thank you. But most of the class, like I go to that class twice a week, and most of the class is just him and I talking, and everybody else just staring at each other, waiting for somebody else to say something. And I'm really annoyed by it, personally. Because, like, I've spent a lot of my adult life in business in one way or another. Mostly retail. But, like, you know, I'm participating sheep. Sheep, or more, it's honestly more just, like, rich American kids who are morons, whose parents are paying for them to go to school, and they're and you can tell. So it's just really annoying to show up to class and like be prepared, and like we have a pretty long research paper due in a few weeks, and he went over something that like a prerequisite of finishing the paper, like an outline step, and most of the people in the class hadn't finished it. Oh, drunk camp for the Nepo kids. Pretty much, except I go to a commuter school, so there's not like on campus housing or anything. But you can tell that like just nobody gives a shit. Nobody, all the Nepo babies, or like, this is the perfect example that I can describe to you, Johan. There's a guy in my class, I'm not going to say his name, but there's a guy in my class who he's supposed to be in charge of taking over his dad's business. His dad owns a construction company, well, like a hard works company, pours concrete and does foundation work and stuff. I don't know this because he told me. I know this because I used to have a roommate that worked in construction. But he's so nervous and so quiet. And like, I know people who work in construction, and I'm not sure if it's the same in India. I'd be very curious to find out if it... Death 3. I'd be very curious to find out if it was. But like, construction guys here are like really gruff, and they don't give a fuck about like political correctness or anything close to that. I have an idea. So, because I'm sick of this taking for fucking ever, and I'll get back to my class story in a second, but because I'm sick of this taking forever, I'm gonna deposit some stuff in here, and if it's still there, okay, so it is the same. Yeah, if you have a construction business, you have balls. And like, you're not afraid to like be an ass. And this guy's like really quiet and like really reserved and afraid to say anything and never speaks up. And my first thought was like, dude, you're gonna get eaten alive. Like, you might as well, you know, sell your dad's business now and get it over with. Cause like my roommate, when I lived in Colorado for a little bit, And my roommate there was in construction, and he was like a redneck who had like grew up on a farm and was like really crass, and he spent time in the US military, and he was just kind of like a bro, and like we got along great, but he would have eaten this kid alive, and it wouldn't have even been like in like it like he would have just eviscerated this kid. And I'm going the wrong way. So I'm just like, dude, why are you in this class? Because like, I'm not sure if you have this experience, Johan, but if my parents had a business and I was expected to take over that business, wouldn't you learn how to run the business by like running the business? Maybe? I think, and like this is ironic considering what I'm doing right now, but like he seems like the kind of kid that like played a lot of video games in high school. Like, okay, cool. So it's not just me. That like, okay, you want to run a business? Cool. Ask your dad 1,000 questions and take notes and listen to everything he says. And show up, and guess what? You're gonna get there at 4 a.m. and it's gonna start than if you were in a random like business 101 class that doesn't matter. Motherfucker. Okay, so we're gonna avoid the graveyard. I thought I was gonna be able to bounce around more, and I'm not. So we're just gonna pack that duffel bag full of shit, and we're gonna keep going with the game. But no, that is just like a very good example of why like I was kind of hesitant to go to school in the first place. Because I spent a lot of time in retail, and like I know how to get a job that like pays halfway decent. Like I could just go out and do it. Experience is hands-on learning, not bloody theory. Exactly. Like all these kids, all like, and because the textbook is written by somebody who professionally writes textbooks for a living, they try and make everything sound as ridiculously important as they can. But like, it's all bullshit. Like, the perfect example is we were talking about marketing. And like, I love marketing. I think it's really interesting. I want to start a marketing company. Like, you know, I think I'd be pretty good at it. I like do a lot of marketing research and like reading and stuff like that. And I've worked in marketing before. Like I've made sales for people and like helped former bosses with like grand opening plans. Dude, you're telling me most of my experience is in sales. So as you can tell, I can just talk forever about nothing. And you're 100% right. Most of marketing is salesmanship. You know, if you get along with the person that you're selling the product to, you win. Like, this is actually a question the waffle. Can you explain that? The waffle. You mean like somebody waffling? Like they're like not making the right decision? Or I'm not sure what you mean by the waffle. But the thing that I'm curious about asking about how it is where you live is I spent most of my career inside like vape and smoke shops, and I sold like vapes and fake pee for people to help pass drug tests, and bongs and hookah stuff and CBD stuff and So I learned, and I did that in the southern US, which is a very conservative place. So I got really used to people saying no. I got really used to people thinking that what I did was like beneath them, and I was a drug addict or I was a loser. Yes. Oh, dude, I have this notebook I keep in front of on my desk. I'm writing that down. That I love that. Waffling in that way? I love that. That's so good. That's fucking awesome. Oh, 1,000%, man. I wrote you down. Johan from YouTube chat. 100%, man. You got it. Credit is like, credit earned is credit due. 100%, man. You got it. But no, is there, I know how big hookah, like, you're close to the Middle East. I don't think that's too far to say. Do y'all have like smoke shops and like vape shops? Like, I know vaping is a thing all across the world, but I'm just kind of curious on how it is locally. I find that kind of thing really interesting because you never know. Okay, there's a lot of them. Okay, is it pretty accepted? Like, is it, or is it like, is there like a really heavy stigma against it? Because there's definitely a stigma here, about like smoking and like weed and in general. Not encouraged, but allowed. What are the cannabis laws like? Like, I know that in Varanasi, you can get that drink. You can get that drink that is like super, like it's weed essentially in like a drink, and it gets really, really fucked up. I heard I watched a stand-up comedian talk about that. It's still illegal to smoke. Okay. Bong. Is that drink? Bong? And I know I'd mispronounce that, but is that drink I was talking about? Yup. Okay, cool. So it's illegal to smoke. What about like growing it? Because if the drink is legal, then they need to be growing it somewhere. Where are they growing it? Are those grows like legal, or are they like only? What's important? Is there like a cultural significance behind March and October? That's really interesting. Only during March and October. That is super interesting. That's super. Festivals. Okay. So it's like a religious, it's like a custom. Okay. Because here in the States, like Native Americans can get like, they can grow like peyote cactus, which is illegal, but if they can prove that they're part of the tribe or whatever, then they can grow it and consume it. I used to know somebody who did that. It's in the sacred texts. Is that the only sacred text from India I know is and I stutter too. Bhagavad Gita? The book where I am become death, destroyer of world. That's the one. I know about that because of Oppenheimer, of course.
Hey, that fresh face Gaunt mentioned.
Is that like the main text?
Good. Listen up. We got hit hard just there, but we managed to kill
That's
it.
super interesting. I love that it's only in March and October.
And leg it when things swing our way.
There has to be people taking advantage of that,
From
though.
the Isle of Dogs, we could be toast.
Right?
I need you to stop them. They look to be beelining for the comm station north of here. I've got someone to trip the power on it remotely, but that'll only hold them so long. Go snuff out the Hornet before it brings back the nest. The scout was a young lass. Denim fatigue,
That's the mainstream one.
easy spot.
Okay.
Now go.
Okay.
If you need medical attention, I can take a look at you, but I can't do miracles.
Okay, I had a feeling. I had a feeling.
I've got no time for that.
Because, like, when I lived in Colorado, it was legal, and, like, I worked at a dispensary, and, like, it was like a business, and I went to massive grows that were inside warehouses that were all sanctioned by the state. But, like, I've also been to grows here in Georgia where it's illegal, where, you know, somebody's growing it in their closet, or, like, they have a building on their property or something. You know, I know it goes both ways. And, you know, if there's a law that allows it, there's going to be people that abuse that law, of course. But I love how, I love that it's, damn it, but I love how it's because of religion. It's allowed. The festival, yes, 100%. Because, like, that would never, that's just so,
Can't say I've treated a survivor.
that is just so,
This'll be interesting.
I hate to use the word foreign because it's so boring of a word, but it's such a foreign concept to me, because if anything like that was allowed in the US, people, or in the Western world in general, people would just exploit the ever-living fuck out of it, to the point where it would never be legal again. Because how much influence it's Hinduism, right? How much influence does Hinduism have? Only one time in 6 months you can consume it. Okay, so there's like really strict rules. Got it.
Can I help you? What do you need?
Indian Elder. Okay. Okay. I just think it's super interesting that the culture, like the spiritual roots of the culture, have such an influence that it even makes it, it even like gets itself into law. And the fact that people, like, it sounds like some people take advantage of it, but for the most part, it seems like it's a system that, like, seems to work at least marginally okay, which I think is really, really cool. Because, you know, like I said, if that was the case in the West, people would just, you know, I'm not sure if you've heard you seem to know a lot of, we've been here for a bit. You have been there for a bit. Yeah, no, India's got a real deep, you got a crazy deep history. So it's just like so ingrained that it's not like, you do have such a deep and rich history. It's super interesting. Yeah, no, I love it. But I love how you put that so bluntly. We've been here for a bit. You can say that again, my friend. You have, yeah, no. India's been through the ringer. So yeah, no. There's been quite a few. Yeah, it's quite the storied history. You got that right. But all right, let's go try and get through kill this scout and get on with the game. Okay, cool. All right. Let's colonize London. I mean, they would definitely deserve it. And hey, the monarchy is at its weakest point, arguably ever. Like King Charles, he's no Queen Victoria, not even close. So, I mean, hey. We live in a crazy world, my friend. And hey, you definitely have them beat on people. Like, India's got way more people than that dinky little island. So, hey, who knows? Anything could happen, right? You already have a statue of Gandhi in London. And from what I know, it's pretty beneficial to move to London as an Indian citizen, or is that totally wrong? Or I've heard Canada is friendly to your countrymen, potentially, like former Commonwealth, like brotherhood, potentially. I'm not sure. I hope you understand that everything I say out of pure curiosity. Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah. Though, speaking of India and Indian culture, I live, like within an hour or two of this giant Indian temple. Like, I think it's the biggest one in the United States. It's humongous. It's all white and it's like bars or bas or something. But I knew that Indian people had a big foothold in London. I've heard the Indian food in London is absolutely exceptional. Temple or Gurdwara? Okay, now I have to look. Let's see what good old Wikipedia says. Wikipedia says it's a Hindu temple. It's the Bops, and I apologize, but Bops Shri Swaminarayan Mandir. It's in Lilburn, Georgia, in the United States, if you want to look it up. But it says it's a temple. Wikipedia says it's a temple. I'm not sure how correct they are. but I've been there. It's humongous. Yep, that's the one. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. It's a temple. But no, it's humongous. And like, my mom, who is old and very white, have like taken her and her girlfriends there for like a tour, and they're super welcoming to tourists, and it's gorgeous. When you talked about how Indian people are the largest landholders in London, it made me think of when I went there. It's been years since I've been there, but it's definitely stuck out in my head. And there are quite a few Indian people, like people who are from India, who live here. There's definitely a good bit of, you definitely have a good bit of, like, representation. So I had this thought the other day when I was watching Akash Singh. I'm not sure if you're familiar or not, but he's a comedian and I'm a big fan. He's very funny. And he said something about, like, he identified himself as Hindu. But he says, "Oh God." Are there people that, like, use, like, the Hindu gods as, like, an expletive? Like how we say Jesus Christ when we're, like, surprised or shocked? Is that a thing? Do people say, like, "Oh Shiva" or something? And if I offend, I hope I don't. But I'm just very curious. Never. I didn't think so. That didn't seem like that was a thing. But I just thought it would be extremely interesting if it was. But it makes sense why it wouldn't. Yeah, it's blasphemous. It's blasphemous. Like, I have an uncle who's extremely religious. He's a Catholic, and he would take offense to me saying Jesus Christ in, like, an expletive way. And he's given me, like, he's reprimanded me for saying stuff like that in my life. So that exists. Y'all shouldn't be saying that as well. I completely agree. If we're talking about, like, the rules of the church, 100%. We shouldn't be blasphemous. But I can also 100% point out the fact, or not point out, but just accept the fact that, like, the church that Jesus and Peter and his apostles founded and the Christian church that exists today are different churches. Even though they say, it says they're the same church. I appreciate that. I appreciate the hell out of that. And I completely agree. I agree with the right for you to have the freedom of speech to agree with something that I do not. And we can be okay with the fact that we disagree. I love that you have that opinion, because it feels like in this world of ours, at least from my perspective of here in the US, that opinion is going away. And I think that's insane. Like it says in the game right now, that opinion that people cannot disagree is unhinged.
I'm only going to tell you this once. Chat shit about Gaunt, and I'll personally slit your
A lot of speech is lost. Yes, 100%, man.
And whatever he has to do, it's for the good of all of us. You do well to remember that.
It's not just the loss of men. We're hurting for ammo and other supplies.
And I think it's funny that she, like, reprimanded me for saying that for saying that Gaunt was crazy. But no, a lot of speech is lost. People like to hang around people that agree with them, and they don't necessarily like to hang around people who disagree with them. I can acknowledge that. But like, I don't know. I remember, like, I was raised very, like, for America, like, fairly broke. And, which I know for the rest of the world is, like, still in the lap of luxury. But, like, I remember having friends in my life that their families were way more successful than mine. And, like, I looked up to them as, like, oh my goodness, I wanna, like, I had this friend, I had this friend named Abdullah in, like, 4th grade or 5th grade. And he invited me to his house. And that was the first time I had ever had naan bread. And, like, I still love naan bread. And the first time I had ever had curry. And, like, his dad was a lawyer when, like, my mom was a secretary. And, like, he lived in a mansion, or what I thought was a mansion. And I thought of, like, I put him in, like, high esteem. I still put him in high esteem. And I think from then on, I wanted to talk to people who weren't like me, who didn't look like me. And here in the surrounding area of Atlanta, you know, I feel like I'm the minority, or at least I would like to hope I am. And like, you can tell because the culture shines through, even though, you know, yes, I still very much live in America, and I still very much live in the South, and there's churches everywhere, but, like, there's a bunch of marquees in a town that I go to a lot that are all in Korean, and there's a really large Korean population in Gwinnett County, and, like, the food there is so much better than, like, places where, like, I grew up in Michigan, and it's a very white area, like, very, like, Americanized, and, like, the food is better here. So, like, I can definitely understand at least on the surface, the pros or the benefits and the detriments of getting, of, like, people being so close-minded. A lot of Asians in Michigan, a lot of, kind of, in, like, where I grew up, not really. The town that I grew up in is owned by Dow Chemical, who actually bought Union Carbide. I'm not sure if you're aware. But in Georgia there are. In Michigan, there's a lot of... Michigan has a really high Muslim population. In, like, in southern Michigan, near Detroit, Dearborn has a massive Muslim population. Like, they do the call to prayer. Like, in the town. In Michigan. Which I think is absolutely wonderful. Because the fact that the community there has such a foothold and so much influence. Okay, yeah, most definitely. Then yeah, Michigan has a giant Asian population. You are definitely right. I guess I'm just so used to Americans differentiating, which, like, you know, you're totally right. The Middle East is in Asia. I mean, like, Europe's in Asia if you, like, really want to, you know, talk about how continents work. Like, Europe's not a continent. It's just Asia West. 100% you're Asian, man. You're South Asian. Yeah, no, I really want to visit India one day. It's on my list. Russians are Asian 100%. 100%. Yeah, no, Asia's massive. Asia's massive. East of Japan to what? Istanbul? 70% of Russians. But even like, you know, you could argue that London is in Asia. So like the English people are Asian. If you really want to be like super pedantic about like the definition of a continent, like there's no differentiation between Europe and Asia in that regard. Now, I agree with you in that nobody considers London in Asia. But if you want to be super pedantic, yeah, Istanbul's always been the border. Yeah, no, even through like the old Silk Road. I mean, back before it was Istanbul, when it was Constantinople. And even before it was Constantinople, when it was Byzantium, when it was the Byzantines. Before Constantinople, yeah, no, the gate, yeah, no. Istanbul, important cities on the planet. Like I'd put Istanbul up there with like Baghdad and like Alexandria, and I'd put Varanasi up there of most important cities in the world. I would also have to put London. I think if we're talking about most important cities in the world throughout history, I think London deserves its place on that list. Petra. I'm not sure where Petra is. I'm not familiar with Petra, or at least I don't think I am. I'm very, very curious on where Petra is. Or was. Is Petra still a city? Has it changed names? Jordan, yes. Yes. There's also that city in Ethiopia that like they claim to house the Ark of the Covenant. Like the first, like arguably the first people, depending on who you talk to. And like I'm trying to, well, like Babylon, like, you know, is gone, but wasn't Babylon in Egypt? I love ancient history. I think it's super interesting. I want to learn more about it. I want to like write like a book about ancient history, but like a fiction, like a historical fiction sort of book about like somebody who's lived through their whole, you know, lived through all these crazy periods or something. Like I think that'd be super interesting because that's the kind of book I would love to read. Okay, cool. We got a gun. I'd love that. Me too. I'll really want to, I'll have to like start working on it. I might take a writing class. I might take like English or like comprehension or something or whatever. Some sort of writing class. I think that'd be fun. Because, you know, there's so many crazy instances in history that have happened. And like, you know, depending on, like, I'd really like it to be, like, depending on the history you're talking about, right? Because, like, if you go by the Bible, you know, you could start with, like, Adam and Eve, if you really, really wanted to. And then you could go, like, down the line with, like, Cain and Abel and, with, like, King Solomon and King David and all that. Or you could go, like, First Peoples, like American Indians, or like every culture has a creation myth, right? So you could, you know, go through all of them if you really wanted to. All the different creation myths, like, you know, talk about the Aborigine people down in, okay, yeah, that's 2 alcohol. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I would imagine the, what is the, in a live stream message, what is the, Indian creation myth, or creation story? Because like every culture has a creation story. The Japanese, like the first Japanese emperor was like a son of the sun. I think his name was like, I don't remember his name. But and then similar, very similar story. So no, I'm not sure what the Hindu or the Indian. Oh, that's so fucking cool. You have different. Oh, dude, that's so cool. Or I think it's cool. Fuck. I was already dead. Nice. I love that there's different stories depending on which gods you worship, which makes sense. In a polytheistic religion, like, superhero origin arc. You do. You have the fucking Avengers. You have the divine Avengers. You have so many gods. And you're still a polytheistic religion all these years later. I love that. 'Cause like, you know, not very many people are studying ancient Greek or like ancient Egyptian these days. You know, we're not getting. Okay, so I think I have a shotgun, and I do, and I have a lot of shells. So nice. Yeah. But no, like, you know, polytheistic religions have kind of fallen out of favor. In this context, would I say the Hindu or the Hindi relation or religion is one of the longest practiced polytheistic religions? And I hate that I'm still so squishy. But I'm not gonna let these assholes win. I refuse. We're gonna use drugs and pink wafers. Yeah, no, a lot of polytheistic religions are very similar.
You don't belong here. Get lost.
A lot of a lot of the Greek. I mean, those are the pantheons that, you know, like I'm at least the most familiar with. Because it's, Oh, I bet you have a lot of similarities. Cause like the Romans or the Greeks have either Ares or Mars, depending on who you're talking to. And like you have, would Shiva be considered like your equivalent of like Mars? Or is it not like, is it more like overarching? Or would it be a different deity that I don't know? Because that's the only... I remember Hanuman is our Mars. Okay. I remember a kid I went to school with whose mom picked me up. She had like a... It was like a blue, like, personified elephant? God of strength. Okay. So strength is the... Okay. That makes sense. Statue. Ganesh. Or Ganesha. There's an A there. The elephant. Okay, there's only one elephant. Okay. What are they the deity of? What's their domain? Like they have... I don't even know. Like, I'm not sure. Remover of... That explains why it was in her car. Removal of obstacles. Basically the fixer. Got it. That makes sense. So like if you're going through a tough time in your life, or you're like struggling with something, you're trying to figure some stuff out, you pray to Ganesh, and you for guidance. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Heck yeah. I like how that is the thing I do really appreciate about polytheistic religions, is how ask Ganesh, he shall deliver. Okay. So it's okay. Got it. Ooh, I'm gonna wait until I get gun nut, I think. I think it'd be better to wait. Yeah, I think it'd be better to wait. And then I gotta wait for that. No. I think we're just gonna wait. He shall, but I like that. Ask Ganesh, he shall deliver. So, okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I was saying. That's the thing I like about polytheistic religions, is the diversity of it all. Like, the Catholic Church, and like, don't get me started on false idols, because like, that's the second commandment in the Abrahamic religions, but like two of the three Abrahamic religions like break it constantly. But anyway, crap. But in the Abrahamic religions, there's just, God or Allah, or crap. I forgot what the word in Hebrew is. Regardless, you know what I'm talking about. And it's just like, this one God takes care of everything. Don't worry. Yahweh, thank you. Thank you. And so like I didn't want, so like I appreciate how polytheism can be so diverse, in that like, okay, you have a problem, let's fix this problem. Like you pray to the god that like that's their bag. Like not all gods have the same, have the same specialties, right? I think that's a really beautiful like mirror into like people, because people have different specialties. You and I, are good at different things. Everybody's good at different things, and so I think having deities that reflect that really helps. Half Hindu, half Christian. What denomination of Christianity? Are you like half Hindu, half Christian? That's why you know both. That makes sense. That I was gonna ask you why. Because you seemed I just honestly thought you were just like really, well read. You just gained a lot of knowledge, which is also a wonderful thing. But that makes sense that your mom and dad's. Does that, like, in a country like India that has such a strong Hindu base, is there like contention in your house? Like, do your mom and your dad disagree based on like religious ideology? Hindu Brahmin and Anglo-Indian Protestant. Okay, so you're not full Father, Son, Holy Spirit, which I appreciate because Catholicism is one of the more extreme sects of Christianity. And okay, Anglo-Indian Protestant. Okay, that's okay.
Hello.
That's really, really interesting. And you live in East India.
What a mess.
The fams were angry, so the two sides of your family don't get along. Like they don't really like each other, and they're like open, and they're very open about this fact. They don't like try and hide it for the sake of the family, or are they cool now that they're married and like you're here and all that? Got it. The grandkids. The grandparents couldn't stay mad at the grandkids. That makes sense. Grandkids are the perfect way to make people relax. Like, hey, you two hate each other? Here's this baby. Aren't they cute? Like it always works. I know it doesn't always work, but I love it when it works. That's awesome. I'm glad that they were able to work things out.
But listen here, I am
That's awesome.
grateful to you for helping out. You need some supplies? I will give you the best prices. All sourced, of course.
Got it. Was it because you were a boy? Or was it just because there was a child? Because I know, like, the patriarchy is strong in most of the world, so I wouldn't be surprised. Interreligion marriage. Okay. So the marriage had both? Like, had aspects of both? That's super cool. That's super cool. Or are they work together religiously? Because I would imagine there's a lot of overlap. Like, treat people well. Don't be an ass to, to people, you know, be kind to animals generally. Like, I don't know. There's all sorts of, you know, similarities to, you know, don't kill people. I guess I should have said that one first. Oh, sweet. I did get a level up. Yeah, just be chill. Hell yeah. I love that. I love that. Just, hey, we should just get along. Like, we should just get along. Like, you know, our religions are different, but like, are they that different when you really think about it? Not really. You know, it's all about being a good person and like, you know, leaving the world a better place than the world you were born into. Which, like, I appreciate the absolute hell out of. Because more people should have that thought. More people should live like that. I know the world has, you know, always been a divisive place, but it feels like in some respects we've gone backwards in time in that regard. It feels like people are more tribal now. Exactly. Same land, same water, same air. What's the difference? Exactly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you grew up with this like I did, but like I learned that from the first Pokemon movie. Like I'm pretty sure Meowth says that like towards the end, where he's like, we live on the same Earth, we look at the same sky, we're super similar. Why are we letting our differences, you know, cloud our relationship over our similarities? You know, that's the golden rule, right? You know, treat others the way you want to be treated. Have a little bit of empathy. So, you know, yeah, everybody has social media, and you know, if you make above a certain amount of money, you have a smartphone and you have access to the internet, and you have a TikTok account and a YouTube account or whatever. But you know, and there's McDonald's everywhere. But God, that was interesting. Yeah, no. In the first movie, because Meowth can talk, he like is translating what's going on. Oh wait, did I get I got long, Paul, and then I still decided to walk. But yeah, no, Meowth talks about how like, because there were clone Pokemon, so it's like we literally look the same. Why are we fighting? This doesn't make sense. And like, you know, we all bleed the same color, right? You know, we all feel pain. We all feel sorrow. You know, we all feel joy. Why can't that be enough? You know? Why can't we just like accept people for who they are and not try and like change them into how we are? Like, red pilled me off 100%. And that movie was released in the time frame that the Matrix came out in. So like, I don't want to say it was related, but like it was, you know, it might have been related. But no, like I think back in this time to, if you look at history in what is now the Middle East, or like traditional Arabia, of like Baghdad was the center of the intellectual world for centuries. You know, they had the House of Thought or whatever, where like everybody from everywhere came and talked. Yeah, like, and that was during the Dark Ages, when like when Europe was, you know, crucifying and stoning and drowning people for thinking different things, and like throwing Martin Luther into solitary confinement because he dared, spoke against the church when like Baghdad was welcoming everybody, no matter what language you spoke, where you came from, what your religion was. It didn't matter. Bring your thoughts. Let's talk. Let's discuss our differences. They really were. I think that's the benefit of living in like a rougher world. Whether it's a world like in Fallout. Dude, you're telling me like Rome's roads are still here. Rome has so many ruins that are just buildings. They're not ruins because they're buildings. Because they've held up for 1,000 years and they built it right the first time. Or like, think about how much knowledge was lost when the library at Alexandria got set on fire. We still don't know what that like liquid fire was. I forgot what it was called. Roman fire, maybe? Greek fire. But like we still don't know. We don't know how the Baghdad battery works. But like they did. So how much, that was the great fire, the green fire, that green fire from Game of Thrones. Yes. I think I remember what you're talking about. I watched Game of Thrones years ago when it was like still around, like when it was still being like filmed. I think I remember that, the green fire. Just any time where government officials go, what'd be a really good idea? Let's burn books. That's always a bad idea.
What's your poison?
Burning books is always a bad idea. So, we need to change that. We need to go back to that. Instead of just, you look different from me. You sound different from me. We have to be enemies. Like, whoa. Exactly. It's like when Jerusalem was sacked and the Babylonians destroyed the Second Temple, and they were like destroying scripture, and like the Ark of the Covenant got, lost or whatever, and like how much would life be different if they hadn't have done that? If Solomon's temple was still here. But also, I 100% agree with you in that, like, if you burn the books, then you can write history, right? If history goes to the victors, right? Oh. So I figured out why I've been dying so much. I don't have any armor. Like, at all. So, we're gonna fix that.
Enjoy.
So I don't just keep getting killed every 30 seconds. I was wondering why that was happening. Holy crap, that's such good armor.
Mind your P's and Q's, or you'll mind me.
Nice. Okay, that'll be much better. That'll be much better.
What can I get you?
So, what have you
Take a
got?
look.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Nuka Cherry. Jeez. 138 tickets. You know, Solomon is Suleiman for the Muslims. Yeah, 100%. And like Abraham is Ibrahim. Yeah, no, there's a lot of yeah, no, it's pretty much the same. I just found out recently how like it's pretty much guaranteed that the Quran is what Muhammad said because of how close it was to his time frame, because of the Birmingham papers or the Birmingham copy or whatever, where people were where they carbon dated it to like within a decade or two of him being alive, which I think is absolutely why the other Abrahamic religions and like how old the oldest text we have is. And it's like, it's not that old compared to like how long ago that stuff happened. But no, when I found out that like, you know, like Jesus is in the Quran, like he's in it. And, you know, all the same, you know, are not all the same, but a lot of the same stories are in all three books. You know, they're tweaked a little different. Depends on how many true books you're talking about, right? It's like 66 or 72 or 84, or, you know, it depends on what kind of, what denomination. But yeah, no, a lot of the people show up in multiple books. Back to your superhero pantheon you were talking about earlier, it's very similar. Of like, you know, if you read the Torah, and then you read the Bible, and then you read the Quran, you're like, oh man, Moses is in this one too. Heck yeah, I love Moses, or whatever. So let's see. Avengers 3.0. I mean, South Park made that joke like a decade before the Avengers became a movie, with like the super duper friends or whatever. But they participated in real bad blasphemy, and they made a likeness of the Prophet Muhammad, which, you know, you can't do. You just can't. And so that episode is now banned, and it's really hard to find on like streaming services and stuff. But no, it, like, you know, I think, you know, having, you know, I would imagine that Stan Lee, you know, probably did look at polytheism in some regard, of like, oh man, this seems kind of cool, having all these different people that specialize in these different things, and like, that's awesome. Because, you know, it makes a really good story, of course. So,
enjoy.
Source material, exactly. You need as much of it as you can. Okay, so I'm kind of getting sick of how overweight I am.
If I had it my way, you wouldn't dare show your face here. You got the radio done up?
So, let's see. I'm trying to find a cigarette machine. Okay. Cool. Oh, balls. So we're not doing that. Because then I would have stolen all my own stuff.
You wouldn't dare show your face here.
So, we're not doing that. Let's go. Let's go to... I don't know. Let's go. Oh, right. I forgot that that's a thing. If you use the control stick, you can move the thing. But I want to get the... I want to get a settlement. I know that there's a settlement. I know there's at least one. I think there's 4. Okay, so let's fast travel. Because data, let's go find Thames Haven. And like I found that crystalline thing just lying around last time. So I have a feeling it'll be the same way. And I need to level up more so I can increase my what's it called, my intelligence, and get more experience. Because I did gifted, so I earn less experience. Ooh. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream so much, Johan. I really appreciate it. You know. I've tried this whole YouTube and streaming thing before, but it just didn't, you know, wasn't the right time. So, but now it is. You know, I'm really enjoying myself. And, you know, Fallout London I think is the perfect opportunity, because I'm a big Fallout fan. I have a War Never Changes poster behind me, and a couple posters above me behind me, and that are like Nuka-Cola and Sunset Sarsaparilla, and I'm a big fan. So I thought this would be a great opportunity. I know the source. You have to get rid of the weight. Yeah, I'm looking for I'm seeing if there's like a... That's part of the reason why I'm heading to Thames Haven. Is trying to sell some stuff. Trying to find a better shop. But if there's a container that I can reasonably put in, or actually, what's my weight at? Okay, cool. No, you're good, man. You're good. You're good. But I need to... I'm going to go up here and get Churchill. And then Churchill can hold like 150 weight. So then I'll be able to move more. So, but no, like I've tried this YouTube thing before. If you look on my channel, I've done like pack openings and like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh pack openings. I've done some like movie review stuff. I collect Blu-rays and Pokemon cards, so I thought, why not? But you know, I always have liked gaming. I've been watching YouTube since like 2005. Like I remember when there were file and size limits for videos. Oh, you were asking yesterday if there was a faction of football hooligans. Watch some Indian movies. You'll get a lot of views, no joke. So wait, if I watch like Bollywood movies and do like videos on them? Seriously? Because I'll do that. Like, you'll see Bollywood reviews on this channel if that's the case. I think it'd be awesome if I got a bunch of Indian viewers. That'd be sick. Reactions on them. Okay. 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 Any recommendations of specific movies that you would recommend to Bollywood? No, I know you have a crazy amount of people. Are you beating China? Or are you still second? But I know you have an insane population. You're number one now. Okay. When you said 1.4, I was like, damn, that's a good, holy hell. But, so yeah, no. If you have any recommendations for Bollywood movies, I'm pretty open to whatever. They have had a lot of people leave. So that makes sense. They're buying too much foreign real estate and too many people are leaving China. So there we go. And like, China doesn't have YouTube. 3 Idiots. I'm not going to try and pronounce that middle one. And RRR, or triple R. Okay. I'll check those out. Heck yeah. Cause yeah, that sounds like fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Heck yeah, man, I appreciate that. That's awesome. Yeah. So, now, hey, I'm going to write that down too. I'm going to write that one down too. Watch Bollywood. I think there's a Bollywood movie theater near my house. I think so. 3 Idiots, Tear, Zameen, Par, and Triple R. Cool. Heck yeah. So who are some of your favorite YouTubers that you watch? You said yesterday you were an Oxhorn fan, and you mentioned another Fallout channel that I hadn't heard of. But I imagine you watch more than just Fallout videos. I'm guessing, are there any like Man U YouTubers that you follow or anything like that? Or, just curiosity, always looking to maybe watch some new stuff. TKS Mantis. Okay. When you say the Mantis part, I do recognize him. I think I watched his video of him going to the Good Springs meetup. Okay, TKS Mantis, yeah.
Me bloody dogs are dead because of you. Those dogs were mine.
Churchill and the others.
Whoops.
Some were straight.
Sorry I killed your dogs, bro.
Fed 'em every day.
They were kinda attacking me. They were kinda attacking me, man. Ah, come on. Yeah, put it somewhere. Oh. Literally fell in my garbage can. Mark Goldbridge, who's funny, who does football, soccer content. Alright. Heck yeah. Mark Goldbridge. Alright. Alright. Heck yeah. I'm let's see. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I'm trying to think, you know. I mostly watch a lot of movies. That's usually my game or my thing, but my favorite has to be hell yeah, man. You're a real one, man. You're a real one. I appreciate you. I appreciate that out of you, man. That's awesome. You know, I saw a video the other day about how streaming for no people is just like making a very long YouTube video. And like, I guess that's kind of right, but it's so much better having somebody to like chat with about anything, you know, about the game. Or, you know, honestly, about not the game. You know, that's the more interesting thing. Because, like, you know, yeah, I got friends here, and, you know, but they have a very similar perspective to me. Even, you know, if they, you know, were born somewhere else, you know, a lot of people who live in my area have either lived here for a very long time and they've Americanized like crazy, or they were born here, so they've Americanized like crazy. And I'm glad you're enjoying it so much, man. That's awesome. I'm glad. I was never a personal like live stream fan. Like I never watched like a whole lot of live streams in my personal time. But I definitely can see the appeal, and as the person doing the live stream, I really enjoy it. Because like, you know, I've done Uber as a job before, and I've worked in retail before, and so like I've worked in a lot of industries that you're required to like small talk. So like I can talk all day about nothing, seemingly. And I really enjoy the fact that you're enjoying it, man. And I really am gonna take your Bollywood suggestion. It's an art. Well, thank you, man. That is an extremely kind thing to say. I really appreciate that. And I totally forgot I had Churchill with me. Because this is the whole reason I got Churchill, was to load up full of stuff. But no, like I really enjoy talking, and like, you know, I do have, you know, some friends, but I'm not I wouldn't call myself a super social person. I know, right? Churchill's chilling, just waiting, and I'm just like, nah, I'm gonna use this lunchbox. But hey, you know, I remembered eventually, and that's what matters. And see, like, I was up over 300, and now I got like plenty of space. I'm moving around perfectly. So, you know, let's kill both the guys that are trying to run this dog food factory. Because the people in it do not give a shit at all. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Because I'm pretty sure I can get some goodies for my trouble. Oh, right. And then this is... Yeah, right. I forgot. I have to, like... I gotta, like, go upstairs or some shit. You got it, buddy. Take your time. Do your thing. You got it. I could literally just sit here and talk to myself. So, you know, because I'm hoping that people will watch, you know, will watch this in the future. You know, go back and watch the VODs. So, you know, I'm just here, you know, listening to this guy demand, you know, barely above slave wages, 1 day off a week, 3 tickets an hour, which, like, when a Nuka Cherry is over 100, that ain't much. And then this guy right here and this other guy that's in a different room is gonna get blasted by this shotgun, and I'm gonna steal that guy's hat, and he's got some money on him. And so, then we're gonna get some free dog food.
Unless you want fair unemployment, get back to work.
All right, Harvin, what's up, buddy?
You don't work for me.
No, I
What are
don't.
you doing on my factory floor?
I'm probably about to murder you, but I guess I'm just gonna talk.
So you're the type to stick their nose in other people's business, huh? You could be just what I've been looking for.
La 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 la.
Speak to me in my office. I have a business proposal for you. Good. I thought you were a smart one. That's why I want to offer you a job.
Okay, so I can't. Okay, so I can't kill him. I have to, like, double cross him in the text. Okay. Alrighty. So we're back. Let's go chat with what's his nuts. Also, let's heal.
It's a matter of health and safety, of our rights. We demand
Yes, but, you know, this guy doesn't care about your rights, which is why I'm going to murder him.
tickets an hour. And other stuff too. We demand to be treated like real people. We're not just Mr. Andy's mindlessly stuffing tins of chum. We're flesh and blood and a radiated spirit. Stuffing tins of chum. But we're still real people with real needs. Like bathroom breaks. We demand those too. And if we don't get them, we'll strike. We'll throw down our tools and stuff.
Alright. Can you... Yeah.
Unless you want fair unemployment, get back to work. You don't work for me. What are you doing on my factory floor? So you're the type to...
Whoops.
You could be just what I've been looking for. Speak to me in my office. I have a business proposal for you.
Welcome back, Johan. I tried to kill this dude in his office before the quest finished, and I failed the quest. So I gotta wait. And then I'm gonna kill him after I finish talking to him.
This job concerns earlier. He needs to be dealt with. He's bad for morale, not to mention my profits. But I can't touch him. His following among the rabble grows daily.
Harvey Quinney, that is correct. This is the guy. He runs this dog food factory.
No idea what to do. And then
He doesn't treat his workers very well. So,
what say you? Will you return this factory to peace?
oh, you're so right.
He takes his unauthorized break.
You're so right. That is a Harley Quinn knockoff.
For a chat with Alan.
That makes sense. Kind of. Because he's kind of a psycho. Okay. There we go. Heck yeah. So we're doing my least favorite thing in video games ever. Following somebody who walks slower than the player movement. Like, why couldn't they have just coded it to where...
What are you doing here? Yet another unauthorized break.
To where they could just not.
You can't touch me, and you know it. Everyone out there loves me, or at least hates me less.
Did I get gun nut?
Pretty soon, I'll be sitting behind your desk and making a difference.
Nice.
No.
Too bad it's time to wake up. Meet your alarm clock.
Who are you? Yeah, you're definitely creepy.
Churchill, consume him. That's the plan. That's the plan.
Let's see you top that.
Easy. You think I'll be that stingy when I'm behind your desk? What do you say, stranger? I'll match Arvin's offer now and give you more straight from his desk.
Backstabbing bastard.
Okay, I had to wait for this moment. Then I can kill him. There we go. And then, funny enough, after I talked to this guy, and I finished the quest,
a bundle of tickets with your name on them. And don't worry about the body. The strays outside can have him for tea.
That's a pretty brutal line.
For that bit extra, I promised. Take every tin of Prilla Dog Chum in this.
Also, what the hell? I just saw that EXP glitch. That was weird. Heck yeah. The only Quinn is Margot Robbie. I mean, she was a very good Harley Quinn. She was a very good Harley Quinn. Especially if memory serves, in a movie that, like, wasn't great. I don't remember if Harley Quinn was bad, or if it was just, oh, there it is, there's Gun Nut. Or if it was just Suicide Squad. But yeah, so I killed both those guys. They're both dead. And nobody gives a shit. So,
Hi, how are you?
that's a benefit. Don't have to worry about, you know, because I thought initially that I was going to have to, you know, blow up the whole thing, you know, and it would be very difficult. But so let's get out of here, because I don't necessarily want to just massacre an entire. Okay, so this is his office. Oh, wait. I hate this. I hate when it does that. There we go. And then that is where because I don't know how much it weighs. This is where Churchill gets his armor from. And I'll refresh and be back. Ah, sounds like a plan, my man. Sounds like a plan, my man. Alright, so let's get out of here. Yeah, because I don't necessarily want to steal a bunch. Okay. Okay, I hate mazes of frickin' factories. I don't know why either. I was kind of confused by that myself. Like, I appreciate you, you know, hanging out or whatever, but, you know, I'm not gonna take it personally if you decide to go watch somebody else or, like, stop watching or whatever. Like, I'm not, you know. Them's the breaks, like, I understand. No biggie.
I wish I could meet the Queen.
What can I help you find?
I think she's a merchant.
Just what you're looking for.
Cool. Let's get. What'd you find, Churchill? Right away. Churchill, you rock. Also, do you have anything hidden back here? In your nooks or in your crannies? Nope. Okay. Let's see. And then let's go to the docks. Oh, hey, welcome back. I hope your internet is doing better. I just finished getting out of that dog food factory. Time to... Ooh. Torque rod. Whoa. Damn, that fucking got me. Fucking jumped out of nowhere. And I'm out of shotgun shells. So... let's... Cool. Yeah, I need to get to... Now I need to get to Thames Haven. Ah. Gotta go down. Let's see. Whoa. Whoa. Sweet. And then... And then I gotta do a little questy quest. Ooh, man, Stone Combat. Who's? Oh, hey, it's that. Nice. Am I still? Yes, I probably still am. Already. Churchill did do some damage there. Speaking of... Only issue is dog meat in Fallout 4 is bigger. Okay, where's the other... Where's the other... Rad Shrew? Oh, I'm out of combat. Okay, so just... Churchill will be okay. Yep, see? There we go. And then... Mutt chops. There we go. There we go. Ooh, nice. Can make a soup. Winston's the legend. Winston is a legend. Winston's an absolute legend. Once I start making those Bollywood videos and I start getting those views like you were talking about, Winston will probably be my first emote. Because he's so important in this playthrough. Like, hell yeah. Here's the guard, Rondeep.
Really? Not many go looking for it, but each to their own, I guess. Thames Haven is under lockdown, from what we've been able to gather. They've barricaded themselves in. No one goes in or out. Seems their pest problem finally got out of control.
Yes. Yes. I love that they had... Yeah, I know, right? Very London. Because that would make sense. You are everywhere. 1.4 billion people. You get around.
Beneath us, in the flooded remains of Canada Water Station, Thames folk like to keep to themselves.
I can't tell if that's a voice if that's like somebody putting on an accent or if that's somebody's legitimate voice. Can you tell?
Just to be clear, I don't advise doing this unless absolutely necessary. They barricaded the main entrance. You'll have to go in the long way around, through the south entrance.
I'm guessing that they got somebody local.
Good luck.
Well, no, I knew that. But my thought. Really?
A little close for comfort, mate.
Come on. The Brahmin. No, I knew it's not AI. But my thing was it somebody who had that accent natively? Or was it like how some voice actors can do like accents that aren't theirs? Like how Christian Bale is British, but in the Batman movies he's American. The accent is so vast you can't even gauge it. That's fair. That's definitely fair. It is a very... Yeah, no, there's lots of different accents. There's lots of different people that have different accents. And everybody's is different, you know. Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. Okay. The shittiest way to get through... Yeah, no, it sounded good to me, too. And, like, because this was made by so many, like, English people, or people who live in London, it would make sense that they would get somebody, like, I would imagine that the voice actor probably looks a lot like that guy. You know, if they're gonna model a character, why not? You know, especially for a game like this, like why not? You know, make the character look like the voice actor. You know, that'd be a cool nod. A cool nod to that voice actor. Like, hey, you're literally in this game. Be pretty. I think that'd be pretty cool. And I know that like some other developers, like other games, have done that with some like Twitch streamers. Like Ko is in like a bunch of games. So, hey, you know, if you wanna give your voice actors, yeah, not just us, Pakistanis and Bangladeshis also deserve the credit. Most definitely. You know, anybody that's involved, you know, regardless of nationality or background, like, you know, if you were killing it, you know, like I think anybody, you know, who was in this game should deserve as much credit as they can possibly get. I don't think you were here at the very, very beginning of the stream, but the first, like literally the first scene of the game after the initial, like, just the initial cinematic, they got like, they got one of the voice actors that was one of the original Doctors, like the second or the third Doctor, or the fourth maybe, I'm not sure. I like Doctor Who, just not. I'm not that caught up with old Doctor Who because there's just so much of it and it's so hard to find. But like they got one of the old voice actors from like Doctor Who in the 50s, and so it's like, holy crap, how did a random mod, or not a random mod, obviously this was extremely well put together and, you know, took a lot of time and effort and money, but the fact that they got some like very notable voice actors, I think is freaking incredible. So why, if they weren't being cheap in that regard, why would they be cheap and non-inclusive and not get somebody that looked like, you know, the person that they're voicing? So, okay, I think we're finally in Thames Haven. Yeah, I think we're finally here. Which, you know, finally. Hell yeah. I mean, Matthew Perry would have volunteered. He 100% would have volunteered. You know, I kind of, because of how long this project took, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually was in this game. I don't know that for a fact, but no, I didn't realize. I started playing Fallout New Vegas like at launch. Like I remember going to GameStop and buying it for full price. And I didn't know until after he died. That never known. I'd put 1,000 hours into Fallout New Vegas, heard Benny 100 times, never knew he was Matthew Perry. I love how much of a Fallout fan he was. And the fact that, like, Fallout 3, your dad is just Liam Neeson? Really? And in New Vegas. I know, right? I played that game a million times, and I never knew. I was I guess, you know, I was a teenager. I never noticed. I played a lot of that. I played that game, you know, over and over and over again with the sound turned off. Because I would be like listening to music or... Yeah, I know, right? Oh yeah, by the way. Like, whoa. It's pretty incredible. Like, Felicia Day is Veronica. Danny Trejo is Raul. There will definitely be a Fallout New Vegas playthrough on this channel, by the way. It's my favorite game. I know it super well. I love it a lot. So after I finish Fallout London, I think Tale of Two Wastelands is going to be the next game I play. Or like something that's not Fallout related. We will be there. I appreciate that. You know, I hope those Bollywood ideas really do get me views. I think, you know, if that's the case, you know, fuck, I'll get a t-shirt with your freaking name on it. Or like your YouTube handle or whatever. Be like, Johan MUFC's the GOAT. Like, after I get my silver play button or whatever, it's like, holy shit. I know those are very lofty goals, but like, you know, I was taught to always hope for the best and always hope for the future. And like, well, like, and I was actually talking to somebody about this today. I've been on YouTube long enough to remember that, like, in 2007 and 2008, being a YouTuber was a joke. Nobody was a YouTuber. Nobody was, like, SXE Phil and Smosh and Lonely Girl 15 and Ryan Higa and Ray William Johnson, and even he was late in the game as far as I'm concerned. Dude, if we get monetized, I'm gonna like shit myself. If it's the last thing I do. Hey man, I appreciate the hell out of the support. You know, tell your friends, you know, like, if there's any, like, because, like, you know, YouTube's a global enterprise, right? But, like, I remember when being a YouTuber was a joke, and now it's, like, it's a proven, like, if you do this enough, and you find your own little cool niche, you can be super successful. People have done it over and over and over and over and over again. It might as well be a career path at this point. And like, I'm going to school. It is a legit career path. And like, I'm going to school right now, but like, Donald Trump really wants to destroy the Department of Education, and I rely heavily on federal student loan and student financial aid to pay for my schooling. So if YouTube can pay for my schooling, oh my God, that'd be awesome. You know, that'd be sick. So, exactly. Tucker Carlson left Fox for Twitter. Okay, so I've heard about how much of an influence America has on the world culturally, but you're my first, like, proof. Because, like, you know who Tucker Carlson is. You know what kind of influence Fox News has. So, like, yeah, you know, I guess I hadn't really ever, like, internalized US's across the planet. Because, like, that's fucking awesome that you know who Tucker Carlson is. I know everything about America. What's your favorite American fact that you know? What's your favorite one? When somebody asks you about America, what's your favorite thing to bring up? I'm really curious about your answer of what your favorite American thing is. Because, like, there's so much, and there's so many things that, like, you know, as a local, I might not think about, or, like, I'm super interested. Because, like, obviously, you know, from, you know, my stream and stuff that, like, you know, I'm not, like, super... Oh, you're talking about how, like, most states in the U.S. don't have laws against child marriage? And, like, if the parents are cool with it, they like a child can get married? Is that what you're talking about? Because, yeah, that's absolute fucking insanity. Okay, I'm trying to remember how I got to Tamshaven the last time. Oh, I think it's this one. It's fucking wild here. Well, I know about, like arranged marriages and stuff. Like, or at least, like, you know, through, like, pop culture and stuff. And personally, I think it's, like, from the outside looking in, I think it's a pretty good system, because it's like, I'm young, like, I'm not even 30, and I'm divorced. So, like, if I was introduced to somebody that was, like, a friend of the family, it might be that, you know, I might have had a better situation, but I know that, you know, that isn't the same for everybody. You know, and there's obviously, you know, terrible things that people, you know, manipulate. You know, especially when it comes to, like children. Wait, gender determination is banned. Wait, can you elaborate that on that more? Because, like, Indian, like, girls are born in India and are, like, are raised all the time. Is it like a China one-child policy sort of situation?
The whole tunnel needs sealing. Once it's blocked and the district's clear, take the utility route up to the market.
People in India kill female children. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's Unfortunately, that's kind of what I thought you were going with. Which, yeah, they prefer. Okay, so that happens here too. Not nearly as much, I would imagine, but it has definitely been known to happen here. It's not maybe not as much in common times, but that's terrifying. That they just like murdered children, like just cause, essentially for like an arbitrary reason. And it's like, whoa, what the absolute fuck is wrong with you? It happens on such a large scale that we banned the prac. Oh, that's what you meant. Holy shit. So it was such a common practice that the government had to go out of their way and ban it. It was happening so often that the government of India had to step in and go, wait. This isn't cool. Oh, that's what you meant by, okay. So if they find out you're pregnant with a girl, they abort. Got it. Wow. How's the birth rate in India? I'm guessing it's pretty good because you have 1 billion people. But if you're indiscriminately murdering, some percentage of 50% of your population. Okay. I had trouble with this last time. Ooh, I think I can do that. Okay, so it's becoming less common. Which is good. Like, I'm glad that people have started to wake up in that regard. Of like, wait, yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. I had a feeling that was going to happen, but I think it's going to spit me back out. Yeah. It's going to spit me back out. Like sort of near where I have to go. But no, that's... I mean, hey, we were talking about earlier how, people have gone backwards. Sometimes it's not backwards, it's just they stayed the same. If a practice has been common for generations and generations and generations, it takes a long time for somebody to actually wake up and go, wait a second, maybe what we're doing is wrong. That's why, like, whenever we talk about ethics in school, I'm just like, you have to, you got to put a few asterisks when you talk about being ethical, right? Because, like, what happened to our comedian last? I heard about your comedian. Akash Singh, the one of the Indian comedians that I follow, Indian American. He had talked about that weeks ago, and I had a feeling that it was going to coalesce. What, like, was it as bad as like it was gonna be? Like, was it worst case scenario? Kural Kamra. What happened? What? Are they like political prisoner? Or were they just like assassinated? Or like what? What was the Indian government's reaction? Okay. This happened last time I played this, and it's just as shitty as it was then. Oh, but I'm on this side of the wall. Okay, let's see if we can snipe. Oh, you moved. Just like a roach. Okay. Government has police summons on him all around the country. So a police summons, is that like a warrant for his arrest? Like if the cops find him, he's going to jail? So he's like hiding? I had a feeling it was going to be something like that. I had a feeling when I heard appear before this date to explain what you've done. Yep, that's a warrant. Here in the States, we call that a warrant. A warrant for your arrest. And if you show up after that, and if you don't show up before that date, then you're wanted, essentially, and the police start looking for you. Like actively. Contempt, yep. Yep, held in contempt. Exactly. Yep. You do know a lot about America. That's awesome. Now, I just wish I could figure out. I'm trying to remember where I was supposed to go. Yeah, because this is not correct. Because I keep going back. So... Oh, no. Damn. Okay. Come on. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do, because I'm sick of this shit. My first girl was American. Got it. Got it. That makes a lot of sense. You would obviously know a good bit about America then if you have dated. Dang it. If you have dated An American Girl, that makes sense. I am going to Google this because I'm really sick of running in circles. And considering the first thing I find is a Reddit thread that everybody is talking about. Okay. Part of the tunnel. Ask you to rescue the ferryman. Yeah, I always save the ferryman. Come on, because I'm really tired of this. Got on the elevator ship. Oh, wow. That, yeah, that sounds about right. Oil companies like their pipelines, no matter how much it might destroy the environment. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I figured it out. I just went the wrong way out of that room. So... Okay, cool. And I've only been to New York once. And it was a million years ago, it feels like. I went with a friend of mine. We drove up from Georgia. It was like 2 days in the car. We stopped halfway through, but it was not great. But, you know, oh hey, this whole big area that I just was ignoring for reasons. Okay. Gotta save now. Alrighty. Alright. It works way better when you actually know where you're going. All my friends who've been to the Apple have said it's an early tourist trap. It is an early tourist trap, and it's only gotten busier. COVID kind of stopped that. It got really, really bad during COVID. But no, like it's just, I mean, and I feel like this is even true across the planet. It's not just in the in Europe or America or whatever. A city's a city. Like a city above a certain size, and that size isn't even like super large, you know, but like over like 1 million people. You know, every city is gonna be the same to a certain degree. So, you know, New York's just like a giant city. You know, I would imagine that, you know, New York and Calcutta. Yeah, I know my radiation's crazy. I think I'm at the town, so I'll be able to I'll be able to pay and get that down. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I'm here. But thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up about that, because yeah, that'd be really, really bad. The radiation in this game is insane compared to every other like game is, you know, like even, oh, New York versus Calcutta. I would imagine that New York and Calcutta have a lot of similarities. They honestly probably have more similarities than they do differences. You know, because they're both massive cities. I'm not sure how many people are in Calcutta, but I imagine it's a crazy amount because it's a port city and y'all have so many people regardless. So like a large city in India and a large city in the US are probably different, but like with the numbers, but like when you're in downtown, you know, or like in like an affluent area, you know, that's more like westernized, it's going to be super similar. Yeah, there's going to be specific differences, but those differences are going to be the same in the way that those differences would be present and accounted for in like New York. You know, there's quintessential American things that are outside of New York, just like there's quintessential Indian things that are outside of Calcutta. No, exactly. No, that's what I'm talking about. Is, you know, if you're talking about a large, quote unquote, city, you know, a lot of cities are going to be super similar. Whether you're in the United States, or you're in India, or you're in China, or you're in Japan, or you're in Nigeria, or, you know, you're in Brazil, or, you know, pick a country. You know, I'd imagine that there's going to be lots of similarities no matter where you are. So, and I think that just, you know, echoes what we were talking about earlier about how, you know, we've gone backwards in that regard of people not wanting to agree with, you know, each other because we want to focus on our differences instead of focus on our similarities. So, alrighty. I got to Thames Haven. And I'm pretty sure I finally got Gun Nut. I did. So I'll be able to actually work on this. No. That's why we need you guys to chill out and bring the Russians and the Chinese and the Brazilians back to the table. Well, yeah. Yeah. You got me there. That's fair. Did you see that the Chinese sent a bunch of humanitarian aid to Burma / Myanmar, depending on who you talk to, and because of that giant earthquake that they had, because the United States has stopped international aid because Donald Trump thinks that it's a giant waste of money, which, like, no. But no, you're right. You know, America's been you know, a mediator in those regards for a long time because of our ridiculous military power. But like, have you seen what Europe's up to right now? Europe isn't buying American weapons. They're refusing to.
Kill each other. We'll be safe here.
Which, I mean, like, that's, that's not great. But no, you're definitely right. We need to be, we need to stop. But, easier said than done. They'll fall in line once y'all calm down. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. Trump's just super focused on domestic issues, it seems like. And he's kind of like, this reminds me a lot of, like FDR pre-World War One, where he's like, nah, y'all figure it out. We're gonna focus on our own shit. And that's why, like, the Roaring Twenties happened. And then we got, or was that Teddy Roosevelt with World War One? Regardless, I think America is going back to a more like isolationist mindset, which I think is a terrible idea because we don't live in the same world that we did in the past where being isolationist was like reasonable. If Japan isn't isolationist, we shouldn't be either because they like wrote the book on it. So Trump is like Reagan on steroids, not just because Trump stole Make America Great Again from Reagan, like that was one of his slogans back in the 80s, but he's just, he touts himself as a business guy, and then he makes a bunch of decisions that are really bad for business. And, he like tanks the stock market and tanks the American economy. And by extension, the world economy, starts a trade war with our biggest trading partner for no reason. Reagan started a lot of this craziness when he like changed the tax code, which was, real bad. If you know a thing or two about how taxes work. But, the American Republican Party isn't even conservative anymore. Want to be Republican, basically a lib. Trump was a Democrat for decades. There's pictures of him and Hillary Clinton hanging out in the 90s. They were friends. He was personal friends with the Clintons. And now he's, lock her up and libs are evil. Wait. He was a construction man in New York. He had to be okay with unions. Unions are Democrats. He was a Democrat for years because it served his agenda. And now he can manipulate closed-minded conservatives who live in little tiny rural communities into thinking that the Nepo baby billionaire gives a shit about the bottom 30% of the US economy. They're just morons who don't know any better, who are being manipulated because of it. Like, that's honestly why Trump, despite the fact that he is currently the president of the United States, a lot of old school Republicans have like stopped supporting him because he goes against so many old school Republican values.
Let's take a look at you.
Generational con man cons a country. There's another Indian American comedian, ironically enough, named Nimesh Patel, and he has a podcast called Gucci Turban, and it's hilarious. But he talks about how Elon is a grifter who's getting most of his money from the U.S. government through like tax breaks and credits, and how he's just like how he's just like lying about like how many electric vehicles he's selling and stuff in order to get more money from the government, and firing the bottom 20% of federal workers in order to save money that then would get sent to him via like SpaceX or like Starlink contracts in like rural communities and shit. Like, it's all just a con. It's Ocean's White House.
If there's any way I can help you, any information I can give you, I will.
And shouting for H-1B visas. Well, freaking... That one blows me away. Because J.D. Vance's wife is Indian? So you would assume that J.D. Vance would be in support of H-1B visas. And, like, wanted, like, why are you focusing on H-1B visa? Of the hills to die on, why would you? Why? Because it's a giant distraction, but like, why? Meanwhile, Israel is just like murdering children wholesale, and and Trump's saying that that's okay. So like, crazy world.
They weren't the Tommies or the Colin, but they were well equipped. We got away by the skin of our teeth. It's good fortune that my boat was ready to set sail.
Which part? I'm curious. I said a lot about like the fact that J.D. Vance's wife is Indian. Yeah, no, like exactly. Like, yeah, no, like this is our land and we're gonna kill as many children as we can in order to make that the point. And it's like, whoa. Also, like, being against child murder isn't anti-Semitic. My stepbrother my brother-in-law is a Jewish man in a Jewish family, and he's like super pro-Israel, and I'm like, dude, it's not being hateful towards your entire people and religion to hate the actions of a government, of like a small handful of people that make decisions. But hey, tribalism, right?
I took him east to a settlement in Rotherhithe.
Don't worry, Trump. Gaza #1. And then we also have to like... Same. One of my mom's best friends is like a old school New York Jew. She's retired now, but she is like, whoa. When did this become okay? You know, it's almost like the actions of a small group of people don't outline the entire people. I know that's a crazy, thought process to have in this day and age, but I think it makes sense. And it's not like it's new. It's super common in history. Happens all the fucking time. It has always, exactly. And people just need to stop freaking out. Like, yes, people look different from you. People may have different opinions than you. You're not always right. Nobody is. Nobody's always right. Nobody's, point of view is perfect. Everybody has issues. But no, I just try and, I hope to have conversations like this with, lots and lots and lots of people, in this YouTube live streaming thing. Because, it'd be nice to hear that not everybody thinks that, is this the... Wait. Cheers, I'm a legend. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. I just am trying to, like, make it so people are people again, right? Like, like, talk to people, just talk to people. It's not a big deal. And this shit. Okay. Cool. The truth shall prevail. I mean, that's what we hope, right? That's the hope. The biggest issue these days is like, a lot of the methods that may have worked in the past aren't as lucrative these days. Because there's so much wealth disparity. And I know wealth disparity has always been a thing. There's always been nobles. I mean, hell, India had or has the caste system, like, that's always been a thing. But, having that much wealth in the hands of so few people means that, like, their influence is so insane. Oh, did you hear about the it was in Wisconsin, the Supreme Court election that Elon Musk tried to buy? He donated like $25 million of his own money and like went on like a public speaking tour and talked about how fake news is most notable data. You are exactly right. If you have the data, it's really hard to BS somebody because you have the data to back it up, and ironically so, we live in the era where information is readily available to any and everybody, and you can learn as much as you want about anything for free. College professors put their lectures on YouTube for free. Like, you can learn so much, and people just believe what they believe and refuse to hear anything different. Which I think is just sad. Knowledge is, it's like they say, knowledge is power. That's why. Oh, hey, my first, not a Mirelurk, but definitely a Mirelurk. people forget that you need to fact check the news. That's something I need to I talk to my parents about all the time. Because my parents are boomers, and you know, they grew up in the era of watching Walter Cronkite on TV and believing everything he said without question, and now tells me something about something they heard or saw online. I'm like, where did you see it? You know, was it on Facebook? Probably. And like, that's fine. Like, I'm not disparaging anybody for being on Facebook, but you know, you gotta know where your news sources come from. You know, like most people in my, and I assume your age group, you know, I get a lot of my news from social media. You know, a lot of primary sources, a lot of people who are in the situations that they're happening to. But I also watch, I've been watching Philip DeFranco since like 2008. And like, I remember when he was just, you know, like I remember when he would like say the N-word and like be like a real, you know, piece of shit. But now Philip DeFranco is no longer SXE Phil. He's, you know, a major news source, which I think is insane. But like, I think it helps that, you know, in this day and age of news not being reliable, having somebody who's been doing it for so long, you know, who, you know, openly admits to having biases and being like, hey, this is my opinion, but like, and doing his research. You know, we need more people like that, not less. But Walter Cronkite was a legend. Walter Cronkite told the news to 3 generations of people, and I think the world is better because of it. You know, like Walter Cronkite got the American public through the Vietnam conflict. And you know, he was a trusted news source in an era where, you know, there were 3 TV channels and people, you know, watched what they watched what was on, and if they weren't, and if it wasn't, you know, appropriate, or, you know, it was very rarely wrong. Because, you know, it was, or if it was wrong, nobody knew any better. Because, like, yeah, yeah, 100%. He was the only news source, right? So, well, you know, when you're the only one, you know, it's sort of almost like, damn it, you know, sort of like almost like a China or like a North Korea sort of situation, if you want to go that extreme with it. Of like, when there's one news source, or when there's, you know, 1 or 2 news sources, you know, who else are you going to listen to, right? You know, there might just not be other options. And if that's the case, you know, then you don't know what's wrong. You know, we have the exactly, a Vietnam there, and Iraq here. I mean, like, I don't remember which comedian said this. He said it a long time ago, but when he's talking about, but this was during the Iraq War, and he was talking about, like, you know, Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. We checked twice. Nope. No weapons of mass destruction. Just a lot of oil and the promise of democracy. You know, or like we can talk about how, oh, I gotta move the death counter because I moved it into double digits. Dave Chappelle. I mean, Dave Chappelle's a legend. But even Chappelle, you know, has his own biases. He's rich as he's with Joe Rogan and shit. But it might have been Dave Chappelle who said that. I don't remember. It's been, like I said, it's been a long time. But that sounds like a Chappelle bit, right? But, you know, if there's a reason, you know, history tells us if there's a reason that America can find that your country has economic value to it, I guess you need democracy. Do you know about the banana republics? Like why banana republic is like a phrase? Heck yeah. America. Yeah, no, you, oh man, you have oil? I think you need some freedom. And Lockheed Martin will happily sell you whatever weapons you need. They got them, or they'll make them. They're not worried about that. If you need weapons, Lockheed Martin's got them. Like, yeah, no, like you need, that, and that's always the guys, right? Is, freedom. It's like, oh, well, they were communists. It's like, well, maybe they were, but you didn't, that didn't mean you needed to firebomb villages. Like, you could have gone about it a different way. And, like, Vietnam was a fucking disaster. Give an entire generation of guys PTSD and Agent Orange poisoning and, sowed more distrust with the military than there already had been previously. Like, and then, oh man, guess what? You do it again in the Middle East and you call it Desert Storm. Or Desert Shield. Damn it. New mental health issues and shit, exactly. Is, there's a clip on social media that makes the rounds. And it's about this guy who had been, he was in Vietnam as like a teenager, and he talked about how he came back from Vietnam, and then like a week later, after he came back, he went to his superior officer in the military and was like, I want to go back, send me back, please, because here he was a child, he couldn't buy a beer, he couldn't vote, he couldn't do any of that, but, they sent him into the jungle with a rifle that had a wood stock that warped in the rain and the heat. He was, I can't remember the exact situation, but he's in court or something, or he's talking to like his local government or something. It's here in the States, and he was talking about how he was sent to Vietnam he was sent to Vietnam when he was 17, and he spent his 18th, 19th, and 20th birthdays in Vietnam, and he talked about how he was deemed a child in America, where in Vietnam he was a man and he had done all these terrible adult things. And the end of the clip that has a really catchy tagline is, I guess we send children to war, don't we? Because he was able to sign up for the military. Yes, 100%. That I call that the Nazi defense. Oh, I was just following orders. Hitler was the Chancellor of Germany. The Holocaust was a legal action sanctioned by the German government. Ethical and legal isn't always the same. Okay. I'll count that as a death. But no, like, I 100%. Like, I had my roommate when I lived in Colorado, the guy that was, he was in construction, but he had been in the military, and he told me some stories that, you know, would make your toes curl. And I'm like, oh my God, why did you do that? And he's like, because my superior officer told me to. You know, like, yeah, I lived with him during a few 4th of Julys, and like people would set off fireworks and like he'd have like flashbacks. And like we would just like sit and take bong rips for hours and listen to music at max volume and have a conversation. Nazis get the gulag, exactly. You know, following the orders, following orders doesn't mean it's okay, and you shouldn't use that as a defense to make it okay. Because that's not, we don't judge, people's actions based on if they're legal or not, or at least not. You can't do it with everything. So, I just watched recently, for the first time in a very long time, I watched Inglourious Bastards. And, like, I love that movie. That's a great movie. What they do to the Nazis in that movie is fucking awesome. I hate that I love Christoph Hans so much. Because in that movie, he's a fucking evil man. But, if you... there's some crazy... Oh my goodness. Permanently gain better prices when buying from a vendor. And I do it after I finish the transaction. Great. But no, like, I mean, that's, I think funny enough, Joe Rogan had a bit in an old special of his about how, like, the Nazis were an evil emperor, an evil empire straight out of Star Wars. Like, that's where George Lucas got the idea for the stormtroopers from, was the Nazis. The Nazis had stormtroopers. They were called stormtroopers. If you listen to, like, he thinks so highly of himself. He thinks he is a god amongst men. He's a lunatic. But I love his movies. Because they're mostly just crank the ridiculous knob to 15 every single time. It's sort of like Adam Sandler with comedy movies. It's very, I equate Tarantino and Sandler very, very closely in that regard because, like, they're both just crazy. Alright, I think I'm finally gonna finish this quest. I hate how radioactive the water is in this game. It's terrible. They know how to hook you in. They really do. You know, like, I think my favorite of his movies, is either Inglourious Bastards or Django Unchained. Because they're both just like bad guys getting their comeuppance. You know, like with Django, it's Leonardo DiCaprio's character that says the N-word every second word. Which, like, you know, all the crazy shit that happened in that movie did actually happen. Like, I live in the southern U.S. If you drive around the southern U.S., there's like real remnants. Pulp! Oh my god, how could I forget Pulp Fiction? Oh my god, how could I? And that was before we knew John Travolta was a fucking lunatic. Before we found out John Travolta was a Scientologist. But back when he was just like the guy from Grease. And Samuel L. Jackson, oh my god. How could I forget Pulp Fiction? And, the guy from, he was on that, TV show Lie to Me, the British guy. He's the guy in the opening scene at the diner before they rob it. It's the guy, him. He's great. He's great. I forgot his name, but he's absolutely wonderful. He's a very good actor. But no, how could I forget Pulp Fiction? I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I guess I've watched those movies recently. Tim Roth. That's the one. That's the one. Tim Roth. He's great. He's really fun. What did I watch the other day that blew me away? Oh, so speaking of crazy movies that just go too far in most regards, there's a movie that Samuel L. Jackson was in. It's called Unthinkable. Are you familiar? I watched that the other day, and I needed like a palate cleanser on that one. Like, oh my goodness, that was such a rough movie. It's a movie where Samuel L. Jackson plays a United States government interpreter. Not interpreter. Interrogator. Which just means he tortures people. And Unthinkable is the perfect title for that movie. It's one of those movies where, if you've ever seen any behind the scenes from Harry Potter, yeah, CIA guy. If you've ever seen any behind the scenes from Harry Potter, with Lucius Malfoy and Harry Potter having a scene together where Lucius Malfoy is being an absolute monster to Harry Potter. When you watch behind the scenes footage and they yell cut, the guy who plays Lucius Malfoy immediately goes over to Daniel Radcliffe and is like, "Hey man, are you all right? I know that was really rough. Are you okay?" And unthinkable makes me think that like that must have happened after every scene. Like, "Hey man, are you okay?" It's like whenever you see like somebody get waterboarded and it's just like, how did they film that to make it so the actor didn't just quit? Like, because that's always my thing, is like, okay, cool, you know, this is needed for the story of the sportsmanship in film. Exactly. Just like, hey man, I know that we're actors and this is our job, but like, we're still people. Are you okay? You know, there's so many things that are portrayed in movies where it's just like, oh my God. Like, you know, anything that involves, a movie that is full of that but is exceptional is Old Boy. Have you seen Old Boy?
I climbed over some rubble, I think. They were chasing me, so I ran through the streets. I had no idea where I was going, so I just kept running. That's when I found the ferryman. Not really. It was dark and I was running for my life. Gas.
I think this is a potential companion I could get, is this little kid.
We got separated.
I'm pretty sure I can. I want to keep Churchill, but I think this kid is one of the options.
It's been so long. If it means finding my friends, I'm willing to give it a go. I'd need the ferryman to take me back across, though. I don't fancy my chances on Tower Bridge or in the foot tunnels. Here, you can give this back to the ferryman.
Alrighty.
He gave it to me so I could defend myself. My hands barely fit around the grip.
Ooh, a gun.
Tell him thanks, but my weapon of choice.
What kind of gun am I gonna get? Ferryman's friend. 32. I already have a 32. I started a photo course, and it's unbelievable the amount of nonsense you can distinguish from genuine. That makes sense. Especially if you know what to look for. Like, if you know what to look for, you can definitely distinguish whether it's genuine or an act. That's cool. Do you want to be like a photographer or something? Or you just taking it because it's cool? I think... Just try not to get scammed. Can you elaborate on that? What are you trying not to get scammed from? Ooh, armor. Definitely. Alright. I might straight up die here, but we're gonna find out.
Good to see your friendly face. Not entirely. But I'm sick of that infirmary.
That's fair. I feel that.
I need to get out on the open sea. Feel the wind on my face. Well, then I'll get better. The boy's stubborn. If he's going to survive in this city, he needs every advantage he can get.
So cool, I can give the guy his gun back. Oh.
You can have it.
Or not.
It's not much, but it's reliable. I have no objections. Truthfully, it would be good for my conscience. There are places north of the Thames where a boy could live a normal life. The sanctuary at St. Paul's would take him. Though I'm not sure why you need him to cross. Whether I like it or not, the boy became my responsibility when he jumped onto my boat. And it seems like he took one bad place after another. If I could find some good people to take care of him, I can wash my hands of this ordeal. That makes sense. I'll take him back there.
Alrighty, finally getting through the checkpoint, or
Hooligans marched into Bermondsey.
the story. Because I want to get to the... I think London Bridge is the first settlement. And once I get a settlement, then it's real good.
I suspect they're using it as a staging.
It's gonna be really nice. I'll be able to do purified water and get adhesive and...
First port of call. We need to open that gate. The button that opens it is upon that crow's nest. You can reach the button by lowering the crane.
Sounds good,
Way
buddy.
up is via a makeshift bridge by the riverfront. Be careful. Your kind does have two eyes, right?
Let's... Okay. Let's try and... Alrighty. Whoa. Let's see. Come on. There we go. Whoa. Again. Aha. Perfect. Alrighty, got that crane. Hell yeah. And then once cool. I think I am gonna get to the London Bridge tonight, which is sick. Yeah, let's try not to die.
Off we go. I'll have to drop you off at the embankment. On the other side, there's a storm coming. With the howl in the Thames barrier, it's too risky to transport the three of us across such choppy waters. I'll pick up Archie, and we'll meet you at the dock.
Come on.
The nearest route is Tower Bridge.
Tower Bridge.
They're cowards. They'll eat anything that tries to cross.
Hell yeah. Let's keep going. Okay, so clean. Yep, definitely. Any ghost I roast. Sorry for my bloodshot eyes. What the fuck? Elephant and cows. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna. and so forth. Three. One. Two.
My cookie just died! Jack!
Nice. Oh.
Show your face. Come on. I dare you. When you turn up, you're dead. Come on out. Out.
Make it a dirt dance floor again.
my ashes in the estuary.
Are you a coward, sir? Jack. Thank you, first mate. Dear Lloyd, where you long to be.
You've fallen cold and dead. Absolutely wrecked. We're getting our asses kicked here.
Game is done. I won. I won.
I'll deck you for that. Sea legs. I wouldn't have you as a boatswain of a river barge. You call. All those sea legs. I wouldn't have you as a boatswain of a river barge.
Getting our arses kicked here.
Get me to stop.
I never got sail the horn.
Yeah. You've broken me. You bastard! Let's clobber this fanny. Red Marsh is in the estuary.
Did it again, did it again.
Running around chasing this ambo flunky. Get the civvy! Nah!
Hearing shit.
I'm glad to make your acquaintance.
Fire in the hole! Cleared away!
Queen and countryman!
Gear up, we're going in! Gone through the hoop for naught, flogging a dead horse for the madhouse again. You call those sea legs? I wouldn't have you as. Oh! you kiss the coral, you land-loving civilian. Get me to sick bay.
Roll up, ladies, gents, schools, townsfolk, and all identities. Step right up and pay the toll tax for the safety of the finest bridge in all of London. Don't be shy, it's only 10 tickets per person, and I promise, the view is worth every penny. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why should I pay a toll tax when I can just swim across the river? Well, let me tell you, my friend.
The river is infested with all sorts of nasties. Rads, mitten lurks, you name it. Wanna cross Tower Bridge? That's worst of all. Cannibals. Yes, you heard me right. Cannibals. Now, I'm not saying that you're going to get eaten alive if you don't pay the toll tax. But let's just say that if you don't, you might end up on the menu yourself. And trust me, you don't want that. Not when you could be enjoying a nice juicy ramen steak instead. But don't take my word for it. Just look at this bridge. It's secure, safe, a work of art, isn't it? Built to last, with the finest materials and the sturdiest construction. London Bridge ain't falling down in this timeline. And who do you think pays for all that? That's right, you do. So why not do your civic duty and contribute to the maintenance and upkeep of this fine piece of engineering? Safe crossing, rebuilding London. It's a win-win situation if you ask me. One price, 10 tickets. So, how about it? Care to make the passage? Nothing too complicated, my friend. Just a simple toll scam. I collect the tickets and the boss takes it. It's actually honest. We do keep it safe, you know. You back to pay the toll? It's still 10 tickets. Yeah? Nothing too complicated. Alright, keep your voice down. Yes, I used to be one of them. But I saw the error of my ways and decided to turn over a new leaf. Promise. Now I'm just a simple con man, trying to make an honest living. Full disclosure, it was a dark time in my life, mate. I was young and hungry. I didn't care where my next meal came from.
Well,
But then I got abandoned.
I think I'm gonna get this. I think this is mine now.
Regulars. You know, the boring type who didn't eat people. Anywho, they took the time to show me the error of my ways. So I left the beef eaters and started my new life as a con man. Not strictly honest work, but damn sight more honest than chomping on my mates. And I never
That's fair. Cannibal
I use my
con
posters on
man.
the beefies off this bridge as a form of racket. But it all works out in the end. The traders and settlers don't get eaten, and I make some ticks on the side. My issue is that my old bosses still after more meat. I've been trying to fend him off with more ticks, and it's been working. But I know how bad that craving gets. With his own roots dried up, I bet you soon his belly will be rumbling more than his care for Wonga. I'll tell you what. You get rid of the sick bastard breathing his meaty breath down my neck, as well as his cabal of cunts. And I'll dismiss my mates here and give you this bridge to work with. Only caveat is that you keep me on as a guard. Yeah?
That's fair.
Then we've both scratched each other's backs. All I ask is if you do it, you bring me back proof. I know what he's like, mate. Cannibals don't tend to eat their own. But imagine if you fuck this up. I'll be on a meat hook in no time.
Alrighty.
It's a weird world, my friend.
Cool.
I'll be
So
in.
I'm gonna get a fucking settlement.
Take this
Finally. Oh my goodness.
Bring me back there.
3
And I'll know all meaty hooks is
3 groups. Okay.
How's our little deal going? Don't think because we hashed something out means you can try skip me on the bridge. Great decision. Now go.
One day, I'll take my family to see the circus. One day.
A fresh Drylander. What are you buying? You're keen, aren't you?
Whoa.
Sorry about that, human.
Where's my dopey dog? There you are.
Swimming on Thames to make you feel alive.
All right. Let's get all this. You know what? This is quicker. And then did I ever... I can't remember. I did. Sweet. Ooh. Ah.
Thameshaven, you are my pride and joy.
The surface world gets louder and louder each day. They call us sea devils, warriors of the deep, monsters. Can't they just leave us alone?
That girl. There we go. I still dream about her.
Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat?
Mm.
My hounds learned to swim today. So proud of them.
Alrighty.
Your kind does have two eyes, right?
Going.
There we go. Alrighty. So I just bought a shitload of shotgun shells. Holy hell. I'm getting further. And I'm not sure if it... Nope. Where's he at? There you are. Right. What the fuck is that thing? Okay. Shit. All right. What is Fuck yeah.
Push off already.
Hello there, human.
The surface world gets louder and louder each day.
Hello. Fix is phenomenal. It's an unlikely pair, like two different Nike Airs. As you wears. Like we care.
A fresh dried
Happy bear.
What are you buying?
I have a switch.
We have a
With
limited
me.
supply.
With you. $5. Oh, I can fast travel out. Very good to know.
none? We need the numbers.
So it's northwest of the Swan and Mitre. Over me when I find my way back to Tennessee. Been singing the same old. Alright, almost there. Almost. But we will get there. Dear death. So at this three-way junction. Yes, here it is. Yep, I had a feeling.
My arm! Someone's out there!
Yes.
Drop the dead already!
You're at the wrong house. Something's going on.
A fresh dry lad, right? We have a limited.
like a swim in our Thames to make you feel alive.
A fresh dry lander. Weapons it is. Watch where you're going.
Look at this stuff.
Bombs like putting them down.
there.
And here's Tilla. I'm hit. I'm going. It really hurts.
What?
What the?
Who's there? I've got a lamb rack with your name on it. I just wanted to eat.
And my heart, it hurts. Which will run up tonight. Chances are dynamite. And I contemplated suicide. Fine, nothing's alright. Nothing is fine. I'm running and I'm crying. Open up my soul, the powers of a magic ball. Oh, there it is. I'd still call it Retha. when I see him. And maybe that's the motherfucking reason. Like OJ. Juice, be like OJ. And I'm on my way. I'm fucking with you, dog. Cool. You like OJ. Bitch, I got the juice. Bitch, I got the juice. Bitch, I got the juice. Feel like OJ. Oh,
I'll make it quick. Yeah. Tight. I'll feed.
Glorious food! I put a meat hook with your name on it.
Gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. There they are. This way, hear each other with the things we want to say. So good together. Good. In this dance forever. Gonna dance with you. Please stay. Never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Easy to pretend. I'm not a fool. Better than to cheat a friend. Been given the way I danced with you. Ooh. Joker. Joker.
Still time to fix last.
All right. So finally getting that third. I love this shotgun. Ooh. There we go. Wonderful. London. Whoa.
Good enough to eat. I'll make it quick. I just want this. Get away from me! I can feel my phone!
How goes the hunt? You got any souvenirs? Ah, multi-kill. Let's have a butcher's. My, what have we here? A severed finger, you say? Let me take a closer look. Ah, but those fingernails. I can recognize a cannibal's fingernails any day. Nice one. Cool. I must say, this is quite an unusual item to bring me. My lawyer will certainly hear about this. Only messing. Gonna just assume that's a group down, right? Nice one. Are you fucking kidding me? Is that his head in a jar? Why is it fucking moving? That's so gruesome.
That's pretty fucking wild.
I want it on my mantle. Nice one. You've done me a great service. Wrapped this all up tighter than butcher's meat. These will not only free me from my past, but I can fetch a pretty penny on the black market too. Legit, I can sell these body parts back to the flesh eaters. Silly bastards. And I owe it all to you. As promised, the workbench here on London Bridge is all yours. And here, the last of the toll money. Thanks. Just remember what I said. With all the recent beefeater removal activity in the area, the hooligans have got a bit spicy. You could use a bit of extra muscle to help keep the peace here. And do better to do it than someone with my skill.
Sounds like you're hired, buddy.
Just give it a thought, eh?